Okay, TRK, this isn't a leak. This is an official, non-legal car. This isn't my search engine. TRK, you're just clawing for any type of leak. Okay, here we go. Counting the subs again. TRK, don't worry about it. If you're having a good time, there you go. AddaCat22, welcome. This is now the Pink Floyd chat. As long as it's just you two. It might start diluting. But if you don't like Pink Floyd, isn't that a red flag? Anyway. Yeah, TRK, you know, whoa. I think you're wanting Sax to hate Pink Floyd because you want to find some legit reason to hate him. Hold on. TRK, you can't just plant words in Sax's mouth like that. We have to actually ask Sax what he thinks of Pink Floyd. 1 second. It has been asked. Are you talking to Sax still, TRK? What's going on? I know Pink Floyd is good overall. And I would think Sax would. So who are you talking to? Are you talking to the wall? Remember that, TRK? The old class. It's a classic now. The old broadcast. TRK just be rambling in the chat. I'm like, TRK, are you talking to the brick wall? What's going on? I remember there was a broadcast, he was anticipating it. He's like, here comes the brick wall. I was like, wow, TRK, you're ahead of the game. Yeah! TRK, there's no cult. We gotta make room. Okay, we're not doing all hail. No need for that. Ooh, that's good. That's a good strategy. TRK, I was just checking the floor. You know, when I broadcast, I tend to make sure, like, is my phone charging? Yes, it is. Maximizing good energy use. Oh. Oh, it is TRK? Why didn't your parents use it? Floor Cornelius? Mike's got this? Floor's got this? Okay. I see the vision. What happened?
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
5, 4, 3,
Moving out. That was getting heavy.
1. Defend our car.
Did you take a little bit to make that one up, TRK? You got the wordplay going.
You're all right, Doc. Teleporter down.
Oh, wow. It's like a flanking demo man.
Teleporter down.
You know, TRK, if you ever come visit again, that's probably what's going to happen. All these billboards in Kansas City are going to say, Floor's got this. He recognized, you know what? I should change my name before Mike in the Netherlands.
Building a sentry. Moving out. Go on, get it.
Well, there could be one guy named Floor. TRK, we'd have to look up the Netherlands database.
Teleporter coming right up. Building a sentry.
Oh yeah, TRK, who'd you hear that from?
Building a sentry.
The eternal reward, there you go. You could do that, there you go. I don't think that happens. I've used this spot one time before. It's pretty good. It's like a bunker sentry. Like their sightlines, it's really hard for them to see it when they approach from that main tunnel. See if we can get there in time.
Dispenser going up.
Like turn the sentry, a sabotage, a virus that like changes the sentry's alignment. Just will the sapper have its mini like a spray paint bottle on it? Attica, are you on the Steam Workshop? Hold on. What's going on here? This broadcast is archived. I was there. Oh, we got TRK with the jokes. He did say he's on the internet a lot. There's... okay. Yeah, how's it going? Where's the trick stab? Oh, there's the spot. Hey. Nice, good ambush. Engineer's pretty fun.
Spy sapping my teleporter. Teleporter down.
Has received additional time.
Classic W. What are you talking about, TRK? Ooh, that is a wave. TRK, you gotta be patient. Like with the Hoenn wave. Patience is key. You know, TRK, what if he's working on Project Label? I could see it. Sax could be hard at work on Project Labels. Search labels, there you go. Yeah, they're playing a good job at rushing me down right now. They're aware. They're aware of like that. Those are just good players that they understand that if they rush me down right now as engineer to try to bottle like choke point me from not setting up, it's really good. Hey, TRK, that is a given. But what, you know, well cultured, well educated there. Okay, so they're probably gonna try to rush me down like right here. So I'm gonna be a bombing soldier in like 3 seconds. Oh. Oh wow. They're doing good at rushing me down, so I'm pretty surprised that it didn't happen. Nice. Good. Well, TRK, now you're just getting out of hand. In fact, you might get reported by Sax, and Sax might get a +1 for doing a appropriate report. Nice. Yeah, my sentry is kind of blind spotted. Nice. Let's go, soldier. False reports. What did he say?
Let's turn this around, boy.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
You ready to dance, partner?
That wasn't real? Well, this is. Look at these banjo playing skills. It's not me, it's the engineer.
You wrangled that up just right.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get to the car!
Sentry going out.
Good choke point coverage.
begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Defend our cause!
like details like this. Someone's hard at work at the barn. Hopefully, maybe it's just for aesthetic.
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. To the car!
Hey, what's up, man? Hope you had a good week.
Get ready.
Just roasting some marshmallows and toasting some dark roast coffee. How about you?
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been good. I'm glad to hear it. The rare 1 in 6 chance you actually see the engineer get the medal. It's really funny. I've been seeing a lot of people on my team pick up the self-kill medal.
30 seconds.
And I'm not mad, I'm just actually kind of amazed that it keeps happening, because Uncletopia tends to be where all the competitive players tend to go to. There's not a pug. Like most of them. Like overall
Mission
and stuff.
begins in 10 seconds.
Alright, so medic's probably going to pop over.
5,
What?
3, 2, 1.
Trying to get better at playing banner soldier, like battalions back up. You gotta play pretty conservatively, because it actually takes a while to build meter, not counting when you're ubered, but like stuff like this. And if you die, it's all over. Yeah, that spy could pick me off if it weren't for that pyro. I need to go play. There. Ooh, that's a risk. Ooh, good stab. No, banners are really cool. I want to get better at them. I don't know if you noticed. I need to timestamp it. This fall, I've been playing since 2011. I knew about rocket jumping since then. I mean, it's in Meet the Soldier, right? It wasn't until this fall I didn't know that you weren't supposed to hold W as you rocket jump. If you hold W, it like pulls you back a bit. It actually, like, your momentum goes back a bit if you hold W while you rocket jump. I didn't know that till this fall. And I need to find the exact stream, like the broadcast I did where I first started implementing that. Because if you watch me at the St. Louis TF2 in-person LAN early this year, I was rocket jumping without W, or while holding W. So yeah, I wasn't going as far as average. It's so funny. But anyway, like you said, yeah, banners are very good for soldier. There's just a lot of stuff I'm trying to improve as. I don't even main soldier. Soldier's my least played class, but that's part of it. In fact, if you ask me, how do you be a good pyro? You know, make sure you practice every class, including soldier, because if you reflect a rocket, you still got to redirect that rocket. So it's important to kind of get that kind of muscle memory timing down. Hey, I heard you. Yeah, left or right strafing. I would hold that, but I kept holding W. I don't know if Banny uploaded the footage yet, but you can see me play soldier on one of the matches and one of the sets. And I was trying to hold W while rocket W. Is really funny. But ever since I learned you're not supposed to, I was like, oh, honestly, this is just the way, I'm borderline addicted to challenge. And so to me, I was like, oh, the soldier mains in Highlander, they're just crazy. You know, these top level soldier mains in TF2 that can just rocket jump like crazy, it must have taken a long time to get it down. And I'm not discrediting them anymore. It's just that the way I think and like approach a lot of things. Is I'm like, okay, I just gotta practice a lot and a lot. But then I learned about not holding W. I was like, oh, okay, it's a bit easier than I thought. It obviously takes a lot of skill still. You know, those pogo jumping soldier players and stuff. It's pretty nuts. But the skill floor is a little bit lower than what I was thinking. Almost, this would be a really good battalion's backup, but I gotta be. See, you gotta be careful here where you peek. Okay. And another careful part is you gotta time. I'm just gonna do it now because our medic's on fire.
Give 'em hell, boys.
But yeah, I love the soldier banners. I think they're awesome. Woo! Good reflex. That's awesome. They're banned in 6s, which is very sad. But then when you go to Highlander, they're allowed, and I think it obviously opens up a broader path for ways to play soldier. Because yeah, you just have to naturally play a bit more conservatively, not just for building your banner, but if you die, you lose it. You know, it's like Uber. And you gotta know when to time it. It takes a little bit. You know, he's gotta blow the bugle and all that. You gotta kind of read the game state of how many teammates are with you. Are they about to push? You know? That's true. That's actually a really good point. Yeah. That's a good way to see it. Yeah, I'm not saying holding W is bad. I was like almost always holding W while rocket jumping. So I had no idea I was making it so much harder on myself. I was like, man, how do those like really good soldier players just rocket jump so far consistently? I was like, I guess it's a lot of practice. But that's a really good point. You can overshoot your jump, yeah. Yeah. No, I love the type of roll compression, like flex roll compression that Soldier plays in Highlander. I think it plays, I mean, I've talked to my friend Lasagna about this a lot. I mean, Highlander really is competitive TF2 aligned much more with how the game was initially designed. And Soldier really is that kind of roll flex, that flex roll compression class. Oh, your heavy's dead, you can substitute as the pocket. Oh, your scout's dead, you can double up on focusing on flank. Demo's dead, okay, you're taking out the sentry, you know? And that includes, yeah, with banners, that's like a big part of support too. But it's like support, and like Soldier's all about reading the game state. You know, is your HP low? Do you not have a banner ready? You might need to go bomb the medic, you know? And as a pyro player, I'm trying to predict what the opposing soldier is predicting. I'm trying to analyze how they play. It's like, are they very aggressive? Do they play more conservatively? It's definitely important to regard. I've had games, I had a recent RGL Pug where our scout and soldier played really good flank, and you have to keep note of that. If my scout and soldier are playing a really good flank, that means I actually look less for a bombing soldier. I mean, obviously you still keep that in mind, but now I'm focusing more on, like, I mean, I'm, spy checking, making sure the sniper's not going to peek our medic. It's very interesting. Really, it's like it full circles back to whatever class you main. It doesn't hurt to practice the other 8 classes, because I mean the average game is going to show all of them. Like, you're going to play against all of them, and if you're playing Highlander, it's 9v9. So yeah, it's really cool. And again, I've always said I like 6s. I do think 6s was highly modified to make it very similar to like basically like almost like a Quake jump map, which some people have fun with, and that's totally fine. I'm glad people enjoy 6s. I've had fun playing it. I do think it's, even Banny says the whitelist is way too aggressive. We need to open up to no limit 6s for sure. But yeah, Highlander, you start to see more of like the full potential of all like the classes and maps. I mean, you know, there is not payload in Highlander. I'm also an advocate of 5 CP in Highlander. I've only played it a few times, but it's a lot of fun. But see, it's also like that's the way I approach things like fighting games. Like, you know, my friends say I'm very patient, and so to me, some people, you know, 5 CP even in 6s, they'll be like, wow, this can take forever. But to me, I'm like, if 5 CP is taking forever, that means it's a very good game. It is a constant tug of war, and I love that. I love that war of attrition, and it's kind of a mental tug of war because the second, like, let's say they're heavy, it just gets impatient. Then at a top level, that might be the opening for your team to like take the point after killing it. Yeah, oh, that's awesome. I just read that. The rocket jump behind and use the half Satoichi. I've been using that a lot with Demo Man. I'm sure you'll notice on this stream, I get out my melee a lot when I roll out to mid because of stuff like the power jack, and it's like one of the most productive things you can do because you're not using ammo. And I've killed cloaked spies on the way to mid, so I do that by habit right now with Demo Man and the half Satoichi, and I gotta stop doing that. I guess it's actually beneficial if you have a medic around you, but yeah. I agree with you about, well, like, I'm down to see any of the standard game modes played more, like, competitively. But I am aligned with you on, definitely, I would love to see Payload Race. Like, Highlander Payload Race would be awesome. Because what an interesting dynamic. I think there's a lot of untapped potential in that format. Because in standard Payload, you know, on offense, Scout and Engineer push the cart. Like, that's the default. That you know, on offense, it tends to be Scout, Engineer, push. And then Soldier holds flank. But now that both sides are offense and defense, you know, you're like, does Engineer commit to holding a choke on the opponent? Or is Engineer running Gunslinger on offense still pushing the cart? Oh, I agree. You know what? I would make that happen. If we continue to grow, I'm obviously gonna like have my own server next year. But if we continue to grow, I would host Highlander Payload Race because I think that's good data too. I would record that footage and then I would send it to like a bunch of like competitive players. And if Valve was openly looking for stuff like feedback, I'd be like, hey, check this out. We played Payload Race Highlander. And in my prediction, I think it would be a lot of fun. It's kind of like the beauty of CP Steel. It is what an awesome map, and when you're coordinated as a team like in Highlander, it's nuts. Like it's really testing your game sense and your communication skills. Like the class I am right now, you are committing. Like on defense, are you gonna guard A or are you gonna sacrifice A and then go to B, and then obviously, you know, E is open the whole time. I love that type of rotation, especially once it gets to around them blue trying to cap C. Like as a soldier scout, you really rotating between C and E. There's just a lot of fun coordination. Intricate, good word. Yeah, very good word. I think Highlander's intricate by default. It's just interesting. That whole 9v9, one of each class, and so there's a merit of you're the only engineer. How are you going to handle that? You know, and I don't mind multi-engineer games either. It is cool that you can help repair other sentries, but now it's like you're the one engineer, and so all these like routes that the engineer mains will take to like maximize their metal maintenance, like their metal juggling and stuff. It's pretty cool. I guess metal economy. That's actually why I drop a lot on defense. Like I'll run out to mid and drop for our engineer. That's just a Highlander thing, because there's only one engineer, and so your teammates, a few of them are most likely going to drop for you to give you extra metal. Yeah, intricate. That's a great word. I don't know if you were here. Speaking about that St. Louis land, so early this year we went there, and I took 3 friends. They've all been on the broadcast before, whether in chat or watching, and none of them have played competitive before. And what was interesting is obviously it was ran by Froyotech, and so they played a few sixes matches, but I actually emailed Banny before we arrived. I'm saying, hey, Kansas City is going to come out and play. Could we play Highlander? And he's like, we had people asking for Highlander last time. He's like, yeah, I'll make sure we play Highlander. I was like, sweet. I did not one time not tell them, like, I wasn't trying to add like I wasn't trying to add bias. I obviously like Highlander way more than sixes. I just wanted them to have a good time. What was interesting is after the LAN was done, the last event of the night was one Highlander game on Upward. And all 4 of us played, and we got 9v9 at the LAN. It was a ton of fun. And I didn't say, again, I haven't said anything. I haven't, I like both formats, so I wasn't saying like, oh, I hope we play Highlander a lot more, blah, blah, blah. Right when that was done, like all 3 of them came up to me and they're like, if we play more of this, I don't want to go. I was like, oh shoot. I was like, well, I think they are closing. They're like, man, can we play more of this? And I was like, oh. And then like almost the whole car ride back, they just kept talking about how much they enjoyed Highlander more than sixes, and they didn't hate sixes. But to them, I will always value that, because that was a raw interpretation of players that have been playing TF2 for years but haven't played competitive yet, and they all collectively said they much prefer Highlander. And so that, I think that's actually really important data. And I was asking them what did make you want to play that more, and the general consensus is, one, it's very dissimilar to what we play on here on Uncletopia, which is true. Uncletopia is a lot more simulated like Highlander. But 2, they said that when they played sixes, it felt kind of vacant. Obviously, yeah, they weren't like rocket jumping to mid, so it did take a while to get to mid. One of our friends played Demo Man, but even then, like it was, they just said it was a lot more vacant. There's a lot of pressure to know how to rocket jump on every wall and stuff like that. And with that ban list, it's a lot more restrictive to what kind of playstyles you have overall. So I always will find value in that, not just because it was a good event, but to hear their first-hand interpretations of it. It's pretty good to hear. And you know what also it did? I was like, well, I already was planning this before we went to the LAN, but I'm for sure gonna host a Kansas City like TF2 LAN event in the future. Once we get enough people interested, I definitely will talk to a LAN center, and yeah, Highlander will be the focus. In fact, one of my friends that went, he was just very blunt. He's like, if we go to the next event and there's no Highlander, I'm not going. I was like, it's interesting. I do think that sixes has, I will tell you that sixes, and Banny will tell you this too, sixes does have like an elitist problem, and those are often the players that like they hate the ban list, or they hate changes on the ban list overall. And Banny's a big advocate of no limit sixes, and so actually sixes is kind of experiencing kind of a growth problem, because it kind of gets very gatekeeping, and well, like I told you, my 3 friends much prefer Highlander, and the sixes players keep getting better at sixes, but there's not as many new players to keep joining for new teams, as some players might retire and stuff. And so I do think that the sixes elitism is the core root of the problem. Hopefully that gets fixed. I know Banny's been trying very hard about that. In terms of what Highlander is, though, I think intricate is a great word, not just for payload race, but for the format in general. I know that as time went on, there has been debates of Highlander versus sixes. I remember a few years ago, one of the points that a sixes player tried to make was that Highlander is a lot harder to schedule for LAN. Now, back then, when people brought their own computers, I could see that point, especially if people are flying in. But the event we went to was at a LAN center. And as LAN centers have become more popular in like the mid-late 2010s, I don't think that's really a problem anymore. Because now you just play like a flat fee for the whole day. And there's so many computers. That's why it was so easy for us to play Highlander. So. Oh, it's had a boom? Okay. Well, that's good. See, again, I'm not anti-sixes. I do agree that the elitism's pretty bad. So if we can work on that, have more open-minded approaches, I think that'd be good. I like what Sigafu did. I liked the Sevens Pro Lander. Sigafu also funded the No Limit Sixes tournament a few years ago. That was good. That was good data. Yeah, I've been talking to a few friends. I might start a Highlander team next year, so that should be pretty fun. Oh, we'll see what you said about like payload race. It would be interesting of the constant push and shove. And again, this is my perspective, is that I actually don't mind the pacing of Highlander like at all. And it's also because, again, I tend to play very patiently, or like as my friends say, I tend to play very patiently, and so I'm down to play CP process Highlander. And like I said earlier, if it takes a long time, to me that just says it's a very, very good game already. And I'm into the fact of like that endurance run of who's gonna slip up, who's gonna start growing impatient. That's just the way I play fighting games too. I think I think that's just like a natural thing for competition, is as you get to a higher level, it really does become players maximizing a lot of options that might not throw out a lot of risk. But if there's not a lot of progress, someone might go for a hard read, and then the opposing player has to be ready to punish that.
Mission begins in
Oh, 10v10? That's hilarious. I've never heard about 10v10. Is that just like you go on a server and it's fixed at 10v10? I actually need to drop for our engineer, but we don't have time.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of that. I actually, some people have, even on this server, have joked about, or just talked about non-pug Highlander servers, where it just default is capped at 9v9. I think that's an interesting idea. The thing is you'd have to like really integrate roles. So when you go to the class screen, you're gonna have to update like the Valve default instructions, because when you put your mouse on Pyro right now, it says ambush class and enemies, and that is a good strength. But what's funny is those were made right when TF2 came out, and I don't know how much Valve recognized how strong of a bodyguard Pyro is at first. I mean, the Air Blast wasn't even made when base TF2 came out, and that definitely helped a lot too, because now Pyro definitely is like the best bodyguard overall in TF2. And so if you were to make a Highlander server for people to join, you're gonna have to update that. Like right here, like right now, ambush enemies at corners. Your flamethrower is more effective the closer you are. Yeah, that's true. But if I rewrote this, and this is the Highlander server, there's only one Pyro, I would say stay by your medic. Spy check a lot. If the spy is dead, look forward more, because there could be a bombing soldier or a peeking sniper or a diving scout. Oh, Death Run? Man, I haven't played Death Run in a while. I mean, I guess I did play it at the LAN. That's true. Death Run is crazy because it's like not just the mode itself, but like the Death Run sub community. There is one. I'm sure you know that. But the Death Run sub community, they make some crazy obstacle courses. But it's just another way for game creators to innovate, for sure. I'm sure TF2 Death Run has inspired, who knows, the next person that makes a game as good as Mario 64, because they kept making Death Run maps.
Mission begins in 60 seconds. Prepare to defend our control points.
Get on the freaking point, dumbass!
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The
Nice.
control point is being contained. Time has been added. The final control point is being contested. You failed.
It's all good, man. whoops.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mission begins in 60 seconds. Prepare to attack the enemy's control points.
Cool effect.
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2,
I just realized I'm not playing on the TF2 stream preset. I'll change that after this match.
Mission begins in 60 seconds. Prepare to attack the enemy's control points.
change the standards here. Improving aim is good. I don't know if that's full commercial, but okay, let me grab this. There we go.
Competition begins in 30 seconds. Get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mission begins in 60 seconds. Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alert. Our control point is being captured.
You were making kid cuisine? I haven't had that in a long time. Since I was a kid. I guess it's I mainly just got kid cuisine growing up because I had mac and cheese, and then once I learned to make my own, that's it. There you go. I just made some tonight. Add some salt, pepper. Woo! The trick is, I mean, my stepmom said this when I was in middle school, and she's right, and I've always done this ever since. It's always about a little bit less milk, and make sure you at least maximize the butter.
Additional time. The control point is being captured.
Teleporter going up. Sentry going up. Spies stacking my city.
Alert! The final control point is being contested.
Teleporter coming right up.
Control point is being contested. Alert! Control point is being captured. The enemy has received additional. The control point is being captured. Alert! The final control point is being contested.
Going up.
Alert! Control point is being captured.
Sentry going up.
Alert! Our last control point is being captured.
Oh, that's a funny glitch. I guess it's not a glitch, but I've never seen that.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Dispenser going up. Dispenser going up.
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4,
I'm moving this.
3, 2, 1.
Heavy road coming through. That was getting heavy.
Nice.
Sentry down. I'm moving this. Moving out.
Yeah, soldier was holding a good trick point. Their soldier, but thankfully, also our soldier didn't have that pretty well going.
Competition begins in 30 seconds. Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I tend to run thermal thruster. I don't run it a ton, but when I do, it's usually payload defense and paired with the back burner.
Begins in 60 seconds.
Now, I can give you a tip that's for sure, is that I don't know how much puff and sting pyro you play with degreaser, but if you play a lot of degreaser pyro, you're almost gonna get tonal whiplash going to back thermal thruster, and like, I'll just show you real quick. So I'm trying to get better at this. When I go thermal thruster, I do this a lot. And I think that's my flare gun, or my shotgun. So my tip is to mentally keep telling yourself, oh, I'm on thermal thruster, not shotgun or flare gun. But I use it with back burner for like payload defense every now and then. It's also good sometimes if you just need to break open a defensive hold.
Mission begins in
I tried that earlier in the stream. They had a really good sentry gun placement, but
3,
I really like it with back burner. You're basically pyro bombing, and back burner can reap really high rewards. Now I will say, stock flamethrower is also pretty good because you can reflect potential sentry rockets. But I think honestly, defense, holding a choke, thermal thruster, back burner, you're almost playing like a spy. Speaking of. That was gonna be tough. Yeah, the timing of that demo, that's a big air blast tip, is you have to get the timing down. My timing window there, I kept responding right after the grenades were thrown, so I kept missing the reflex there. It's good with Phlogistinator. It's very good. You can run, yeah, like Home Wrecker, or not Home Wrecker, I mean you can, but yeah, like Power Jack obviously is really good for the speed boost with thermal thruster. Neon Annihilator is really good in my opinion, because you can escape to the water if your health is low, and then you can get those like rare bait and punishes where they might overextend, and then you get a crit. Also, Neon Annihilator, some people forget it removes sappers. You know, they're so used to Pyro Shark as a playstyle. but it's also like removing sappers is huge, especially like what you saw earlier. Now I wasn't able to keep that sentry alive, but still, it's pretty big. But yeah, Phlogistonator's good with it. I think Backburner and Thermal Thruster are a really good pair, but you have to know your escape routes. But if you get the, I mean, it literally is like the perfect secondary to get behind enemy lines and then just throw out a bunch of crits. Removing sappers is great. I mean, I've been a spy from that matchup. And it makes you have to reassess if you want to keep committing to sapping the building. Because usually when a spy saps, they run away. And so if you hear or see the notification that it got home record or neon annihilated, you have to make that decision to recommit or not. You know, time is a huge valuable resource in TF2, but especially for a class like Spy, the make or break with plays and observations and such. Ooh, yeah, good blind spot poking. Yeah, there's a lot of soldier players on Uncletopia that are very good at blind spotting sentries, which is good. That's another reason why I'm here. It's a well-ran server overall, but also, you know, it tends to have those mid to top level players as its average player base. I've seen people from RGL Pugs here. I played against like a Prototech member a few months ago. It's on that Italy map. Definitely, it helps you a lot. The funny part is, so Uncletopia, I've realized, is almost a, you know how in college they have what's called a weed out course, where there's these courses that are purposely pretty challenging to push your critical thinking skills, and if you can't make it, then you know those people usually drop out of college. I actually think the presence of Uncletopia alone is it's almost like a TF2 streaming like personality weed out process. And what I mean by that is, hey, there's this awesome resource, this awesome server that covers the entire United States and some other countries that has no bots and always has around a mid to top level player base. You should check it out. And those streamers that turn it down, you're like, wait, what's going on? And then you realize some of those people out themselves as, oh, I just want to pub stomp on like Valve pubs. Like, oh, I'm playing this game just to, like, they basically want to show off and just get a bunch of kills. They're not actually like playing for the sake of improvement. They're the ones that get really mad when another strong player shows up on those servers and starts killing them. Well, it just outs players. You know, Uncletopia is such a great, it really is a great thing for TF2 overall. It actually played a big part in helping TF2 out during COVID and to this day, because there still is a bot crisis. But here's the thing, even if bots were gone, I'd still be practicing here a lot. I mean, you know what Valve needs to fix along with the bots is auto balance. The thing about Uncletopia that we lucked out with is that it's so popular that when people usually like leave really fast, someone else is already waiting usually, so the slots fill up pretty well. But on Valve servers, people can just, I mean, offense will win, half a defense might leave, and then to fill in that defense might take a long time, and then people get auto bounce. What I think they should do, I understand auto balancing to fill, but I think that if you're queued with your friends, you should have immunity. And I think the only time that that doesn't work is if somehow every single person on the team is queued up with friends. Then they should make an algorithm that hopefully picks like a small friend group or something. I think they could do it. I know they joke about TF2's code being a little bit spaghetti sometimes, but I feel like you could write a script for that, because look at what people write for custom servers. It's more about, it's just like, now that Uncletopia is so well known and you understand that a lot of the competitive players are here when there's not a pub, you do look at some of the other players that are streaming this, and if they never go to Uncletopia, you start picking up on, oh, what's going on? And they hate bots, right? And you're like, what is going on? And then you start picking up that, yeah, some of them are streaming for the sake of trying to show off, like trying to get the next kill montage on newer players. They run into a top level player and start dying, they get really mad. It's really funny. Yeah, I mean, it's really easy on Uncletopia. A few weeks ago, my friend Michael and Lasagna joined me here, and it's easy. You just join red, because it autofills blue first. So if you all spam click red, you usually can be on the same team when a new map starts. So Uncletopia's got an easy solution, and because it's so easy to fill, because it's so popular, you don't really have to worry about people leaving suddenly and then like the teams are severely different in numbers, just like overall. But you saw on the Egypt map, when we were playing defense, you know, I was sticking around the heavy and medic a lot, and they were like really coordinated. That's like a perfect example of, you know, the average type of player base that's here. I could tell that they were coordinated at playing to their strengths, and what's good is they trusted me to protect them. I think sometimes, especially on servers that might not have players as experienced with that, which is okay. You just have to understand your current player base. So I've played with medics, you know, they might be newer players, so they actually pocket me, even if there's a heavier soldier around, and I'm like, oh, you don't have to pocket me, I'm here to protect you. Thanks for the overheals, you know, that's great. But in this case, on Egypt, that medic mainly pocketed the heavy and just gave me buffs, so that's really good. It's like, you guys do your thing, I'll be behind, you know, I'll be around. Well, you know what's funny? It kind of is. It's like they ran out into the wild, but so months ago, I've had some players that, you know, and here's my thing. I don't believe in stream sniping because in my case, I am broadcasting where I am. I cannot stop people from joining that same server and playing against me. That's fine. I am accepting the possibility that you could, quote, stream snipe me right now. I don't care. It's fine. But what's funny is, months ago, I've had people join the server and watch. I'm glad. I literally post the server info in the description. You can join. And every now and then, you'll get someone that they want to be on stream a lot. And I was like, okay, I mean, we're playing the game, it's fine, but it's Uncletopia. So sometimes these newer players, they'll get on and they'll want to be in front of my broadcast a lot. They can play however they want, but because it's Uncletopia, they're kind of getting killed really fast, like over and over, and they, you know, it usually gets them to leave. That has happened. It was like in the summertime. And, you know, it was funny. It was just someone, I think they really saw a big deal of, like, being on stream over and over. Like, they got in my HUD over and over, and they kept running in front of me, which, again, you can play how you want. I don't mind, but Uncletopia basically, like, because they weren't playing to their strengths, they were getting killed really fast. So it's just fascinating to see stuff like that. It literally is like I mean, again, because you're playing against that top mid-level player base on average, you know, if someone does want to be on stream a lot and be right in front of my character's like face, I'm like, all right. I mean, that's fine. You just have to understand where you are. You might get sniped in like 2 seconds. You know, you gotta be careful. So I just find that very entertaining. Well, I think, yeah, I mean, Medic really is. I've said this for years. Medic is the queen chess piece of TF2. The king is the objective. So in this case, getting the payload at the end, that's defeating the king. But Medic's the queen, that's for sure. So imagine chess with a piece that can protect the queen. That's pretty nuts, and that's who the Pyro is. That's one of the fastest ways I instruct people about competitive Pyro. If they're asking about how do you play him, I'm like, all right, you're playing chess, but now you have a piece that can protect your queen. I was like, so push those strengths. Now, see, that itself is a natural barrier to entry. There are Pyro players that they hear how he tends to be played in competitive, and they're like, but I want to literally run forward and just like flame a bunch of people. It's like, well, you can, but you gotta be more precise with the window of opportunity. It's still there, but it's more about like, is my medic okay? Yes. Did we pop Uber? Yup. Alright, now I'm gonna run ahead, cause some chaos, help out the flank, and be back by dinner time, aka when the Uber's done.
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
And see, I love playing like that. When I found out Pyro is like the bodyguard in competitive, I was like, that's cool. I was like, yeah, medic is, you know, the #1 priority target on average, and it's really cool that there's a class that can protect him pretty well. Oh yeah, I'll never forget one of my first Highlander matches ever. Thankfully, one of my team members politely said, you know, Pyro, don't overextend. Or you're overextending Pyro. And I was like, ooh, I'm glad they told me that. It was a good check. It wasn't toxic. They weren't, you know, flaming. They were, you know, kind of just giving a good note there. I'm glad they did. Because kind of full circle, like fighting games. When you get to that high top level, PvP really does become that constant push or shove. If you ever play Smash Brothers or Street Fighter, you know, they call it the neutral game. TF2 has its own form of neutral. You're like right here. We're gauging right now what lines we can push to without overextending right into the enemy lines to where we're gonna get killed really fast. But you can take that risk. That's another part about neutral, the whole risk-reward thing. So as you reach a higher level of competitive play in games like this, or those fighting games I said, you're constantly gauging your risk-reward and, you know, what moves are, quote, safe and what moves are higher risk but higher reward. Yeah, Tomislav's great. What a good side grade. You know, it's like, I think Tomislav, I love how argumentative, I love how many arguments the Tomislav has started for years. Tomislav versus stock. That's how good of a side grade it is. That's actually a good sign. It's funny, you know, people joke about how often people argue about Tomislav versus stock. I think it's a good thing. They're so evened up in their strengths and weaknesses that I think it's one of the biggest debated like weapon clashes or like weapon comparisons in the game. And it usually all bottles down to really they are both really good, and it comes down to the current situation. That's how I play a lot of heavy. Is I tend to rotate Tomislav and stock. Yeah, Tomislav's an amazing side grade. I think what helps keep stock at its own edge is that the firing speed is a lot faster, and so that can shred teams up close a lot faster than the Tomislav. It's not by like a huge margin, but it's enough to where if you understand the game state, especially like on defense, there are some choke points on defense where they have to commit to so many flanks that by the time they're at the point, yeah, stock will shred them to bits. And then sometimes the choke point you're holding is so sustained. Now you're debating stock versus Brass Beast. It's not that Brass Beast is bad. It's, yeah, Brass Beast, you have to understand the state of the current game to where you're like, okay, really holding down defense, so we'll play Brass Beast. Okay. It's so funny that, you know, Natasha is known as like a huge weapon that gets a lot of people to rage. I've never minded it, and I've never seen it as overpowered. I think it's good, but you know, like what you're mentioning, you have to be careful of your situation with it. It does slow people down, but there is also an argument that if they're in a line of fire to where you slowing them down makes a huge impact, you might be killing them already with stock. So but see, I love stuff like that. That's a good sign, like being able to gauge which weapons to use rather than just like an omni, use this weapon and nothing else. You know, I mean, I have my own Pokemon format, or my own custom Pokemon format with Highlander, and as a designer, yeah, you don't want one dominating Pokemon. That's a sign of an unhealthy game. And a sign of a healthy game is, well, when people are constantly debating, I want to run this. Less is more, you know? Some people have those power fantasies. They want these characters or weapons that do everything, but they're kind of like overcompensating their lack of skill. You should design a game that rewards skill and creativity with like your weapon combinations and character play styles and stuff like that. I think that's why TF2 is also, you know, one of the best games ever made and has been played so much since 07. It's a class-based game, and each class has their own unique strengths, but thankfully, you know, my friend joked about this years ago. He's like, why isn't there a class that just has an assault rifle? And then my other friend was like, I think that defeats the point of the game. It's like, yeah, it's supposed to be the special snowflake game. You know, they're all unique, but they all have their own skill ceilings that are very rewarding as you practice. I do think that with the Christmas update, I do like how much Valve is approving of like just good community content that becomes official. Now I hope they take that momentum with more weapon testing. I think it's a good time to do that. I think I understand they might be cautious about, you know, a few weapons quote breaking the game, but I think that's okay. My thing is with Pokemon Highlander, I always tell the community to break my game. That's the best way to improve your game, is for people to break it. So if I was Valve, I'd obviously have a filter like you're doing with maps, but you know, you just brought this idea of like a nitrogen tank item. So I would look at that item, say, oh, this could be pretty cool, put it in, and then I would have someone that's just watching the game. You could probably hire an outside talent to keep track of it. like a TF2 YouTuber could report data to Valve, and then if it's really broken, well, they can just patch it, you know. Yeah, the two fort. That's funny. There could be two fort servers. Oh man, I think the last time I was on a Skyle server was there like 100 versus 100 or 50 versus 50, but you know I don't think I don't think Skyle is the best source for testing because they do instant respawn, which I don't think is healthy for TF2's balance. It removes a lot of risk, but I know what you're saying. Like, you know, just put it on your Valve servers, or you could have dedicated. You know, they used to have. Do you remember TF2 on Steam used to have TF2 like, was it beta? That was like another option, but it didn't really take off that much. It was supposed to be to test new stuff, but they could bring something like that back. I mean, they do all these. You know, on Twitter, they show all these weapon concepts, but you never see them make it into the game. I just wonder how restrictive Valve is. It looks like they have a very high filter for new weapons. Sometimes it feels like they don't have a goal for new weapons much at all lately. I don't mean that's a bad thing. It's just like based off of their updates. You know, they have war paints and maps, which is cool. I'm just wondering if they're gonna be like, okay, community's been doing well. We'll start integrating more community weapons. You know, last TF2 stream we talked about how, because my friend Lasagna mains Sniper, he didn't know this, but we were talking about how the Razorback, the latest Razorback change, I mean that's from Highlander. Like Valve didn't say it downright, but you know the competitive community was like, oh yeah. They were taking notes from top level Highlander, because the fact that the Razorback just added a downside, it used to not have one, but the added downside of no overhealing, that structurally changed Highlander Sniper's playstyle a bit. And that's not, I don't mean that in a bad way. If you play Highlander now, if you run the Razorback, the opposing sniper can have the advantage of being overhealed. Thus, if you both shoot at the same time, the one without the Razorback will win the trade. So, stuff like that, that's the equivalent of like Sakurai balancing Smash Ultimate based off of like top level tournaments. And we love it. We're like, wow, that's pretty cool. So it makes you wonder, again, if it's more about Valve being more involved with TF2, but I support that. I support that kind of approach to adjusting and adding weapons and stuff, is you look at like top level Highlander matches and then you can adjust accordingly. Because kind of like with, I don't know if you ever played Project M, which is the brawl mod that makes it play like Melee, but it was designed by competitive Smash players that used competitive data, and you know, it buffed and nerfed a bunch of characters, made them all like really strong overall. And guess what? I have so many friends that don't play competitive really, but PM is like one of their favorite Smash games easily. They have so much fun playing 4-player free-for-all with items on. And it was a real life example of you can balance your game to top level competitive play and for casual play, they'll still have fun if the game is good. Yeah. Yeah, and I think more people should see it like that. It's really sad when people get angry at Valve, because if TF2 wasn't owned by Valve, it would be really hard for it to be supported. I think it would still be a highly popular game, but think about, because TF2 is on Steam and Steam's owned by Valve, as long as Valve does well, TF2 will have servers. That's a great blessing to have. A game since 07 with all these supported servers, that's the thing. People, oh, I want an update. I'm like, well, I'm just happy that, one, we have these paid for servers that we could play on, right? But two, they're the opposite of Nintendo, to where, oh, you guys made a grassroots competitive scene out of our game. Do you want in-game medals and announcements? Meanwhile, Nintendo is like, did I just see Mario Wave Dash? Yeah, we're tearing down this whole hotel tournament. I think a big thing with TF2's like lack of active updates compared to the years before, which again, we just got a bunch of maps for Smithsmiths, and it's really sad when people even dismiss that, like, oh, that's community made. I was like, it's a map. You know, that's what you want. Whether it is community or by Valve, if Valve has a good filter of approval, you know, the map is a map, you know. So anyway, they keep doing that, that's good. I think the issue with Valve and TF2, it's just the way, I've brought this up many times before, it's the way Valve does their employee structure. They have, like, they literally call it the T-pose employment structure, where there's no, like, hierarchy aside from Gabe Newell. If you're not Gabe Newell, you're considered an equal, which has a lot of good merits, but one of the weaknesses to that, it's not even like an on-paper weakness. It is this inherent effect to where, because everyone's considered equal, that means that the end of the year peer review, all your peers are those equals. So when they're giving those reviews out, there is this internal peer pressure to be like, oh, if I work on TF2, I'm not working on hardware. Valve's agenda since the 2010s was pushing hardware. So if I don't work on hardware and I work on TF2, I wonder how many people are gonna write on my review, oh, they didn't work on hardware. That could hurt, you know, hurt my potential employment longevity, you know? Isn't that crazy? And that's like all basically internalized. You know, Gabe Newell, I'm sure, isn't going around saying, oh, you're working on TF2, yeah, you're fired. No, it's more of that. It's for each employee. They're just kind of like, oh, if I don't work on hardware, I might not get the best peer review compared to others. So it basically, if I was Gabe Newell, I would like hold a company meeting, and you know what you need to do is you're like, you make an announcement. You got to have some type of like security or incentive saying, you basically got to be blunt and be like, hey guys, working on TF2 is actually very good. If you work on TF2, even something like $300 bonus or something, I feel like that would really help the game, because it would lift that internalized peer pressure. Yeah, peer review. I think that everyone's like, oh, Valve hates TF2. No, they don't. They love TF2. If you made a game since 07 and it's been a top 10 game on Steam on your service that brings you in tons of money because people buy items and taunts and stuff, that is not only a company dream, that is like an artistic dream. Because another reason we love TF2 is how much artistic passion went into it. And so it's great. It makes money on its own, kind of like Steam. It's just, yeah, I think people need to be educated that it's not Valve hating TF2. It's just how Valve's employment structure is. And you gotta find a way to get rid of that internalized peer pressure. And I think it has to be Gabe Newell or someone saying, oh, if you work on TF2, there's some type of positive bonus or incentive. But that comes down to what would Gabe Newell's drive? I mean, I'm sure he's busy every day. He says, I don't know if you've caught like the recent Half-Life interviews and Valve talks with him, but he reads like all his emails basically. And so, you know, he's knee deep in like basically PR, managing the company. So it makes you wonder how many TF2 emails, or how many times does Gabe Newell have to have a friend bring up TF2 to where he might finally not only recognize that he would have to bring that up, but how many people at Valve even realize this? I don't mean this in a disrespectful way. They could just be happy working on hardware. Half-Life Alyx was great. And so it's like, to them, what if they don't see much of a problem? Or they obviously, you know, there's been hashtag save TF2, and they said, we hear you. What if they don't understand, like, that is the core problem, is just that internalized peer pressure? Because remember, another thing about Valve structure is you have to be the one to rally a team. There's, you know, it's not like other game companies where they're certified directors of projects. You have to walk around the studio or in your chat rooms and be like, hey, let's work on a big TF2 update for spring 2024. And you know what? You're really, you know, you're starting to really realize where the problem is. You say that, and anyone that replies to that chat room saying sure, how many of them are now scared saying, oh my gosh, this message is archived? At the end of the year, they're going to be like, the hardware sales weren't as big. What were people working on? You know, it's this just crazy mind game on yourself. Yeah, Steam Deck was a good push. Again, Valve really is the opposite of... Valve is the yin to Nintendo's yang. Honestly, Valve has their own legendary IPs just like Nintendo, but they're founded off of like mods, and they're much more communicative to their community. That's another reason why I'm baffled by how often people get angry at Valve. I'm like, man, Valve's pretty down to earth. You know, Nintendo, they can't even, you know, I just saw on Twitter today, they didn't even fix their Mario Party online servers yet on the Switch, so people can actually, when you high roll to see who goes first on Mario Party, you can have people just not roll and they leave the game soft locked. I was like, oh yeah, a company like Valve would have patched that ASAP. Nintendo, I'm sure you heard Smash Ultimate's netcode is like way behind the times for like the average fighting game, and just game in general for netcode. But because it made a ton of money, and Nintendo's a little more distant with their PR relations, you know, there's no nudge. So I do think the Steam Deck might have nudged them a bit. I actually think the Steam Deck might be playing a role in, you know, there's the rumors of the new Switch coming out, there, you know, that people call it Switch 2. I think the Steam Deck has played a big role in that. It's probably going to get them to really look at like the tech and all that. Not that the Switch is bad, it's just that if Valve can make this portable machine that plays all these really modern, like great looking, great running PC games, then I wonder how many people at the Nintendo higher up meetings are like, why can't we do this? We just print Mario and Zelda and Pokemon and make a ton of money. We got the cash. And that's not to undermine Mario and Zelda. You know, they tend to be very good. Now, Pokemon, lately, you know, you want to talk about a company that needs to up their game, but who's the competitor? You know, I know Digimon's still around, but they're not at the point where they're getting Pokemon to up their quality in gameplay. Yeah. Ooh, that's an interesting prediction. You know, that, I mean, that's the thing about Nintendo is I've been a big Nintendo fan almost my whole life. And now technically the GameCube was stronger than the PS2. It was about as strong as the Xbox. I mean, you look at games like Melee and F-Zero GX that played at 60 FPS. So there are cases where Melee or like Nintendo's tech was really strong. But obviously, once the DS and the Wii were really firing off all cylinders, Nintendo recognized, oh, combine this with us owning some of the most cherished IPs of all time, and we'll be fine. And they're right. The Wii, the Switch, it's got Mario, it's got Zelda, Metroid's coming back, which is awesome. They don't really have much need to budge, and full circles back to Smash Ultimate. Really, you know, a lot of people wanted to have better netcode, but where's the budge? You know, it's kind of like, you know, with Sakurai. I respect Sakurai as a developer, but he is pretty stubborn. He's the reason that Brawl gutted all those Melee physics for the most part, and so, in his case, he doesn't want a Smash game to basically look like Melee ever again, unless he gets a change of heart. And from Nintendo's side, there's no budge to make it like Melee again. In fact, like we compared to Valve, they don't want to see Mario Wave Dash. But Valve sees a demo man do all these crazy sticky jumps into an air shot, and they're like, nice. When are you guys broadcasting again? And now when you go on your Steam page for TF2, every now and then it says, oh, Highlander League coming up. That's awesome. Again, well, it's sad that people are still hating at Valve. I'm like, you know what? It's cool that they do that. They don't have to do that, and I'm glad that they do. I could see that. I could see those games being VR. I could see Metroid being VR. The only thing about VR is that it's still an isolated kind of tech. It's really cool overall, but it's not as broad as, you know, just playing in front of a screen and stuff like that. Like, I still haven't played Half-Life Alyx. I know it's a really good game, but yeah, I don't have a VR set. So I guess, like, as a Nintendo, like, financial owner, you would be asking, well, what are the sales projections of Metroid VR? You know, how many people are going to own a VR system soon? I don't mean that in a mean comment. That's just, you know, like, stockholders are going to ask stuff like that. Ironically, on the opposite end, I brought this up last TF2 stream, there was that guy that paid thousands of dollars to become a stock owner for Nintendo. And his one big question he was able to ask, when's F-Zero coming out? And they're like, no plans anytime soon. Well, that was a lie. F-Zero 99. But hopefully, you know what I am optimistic that that guy with the stocks got them to make F-Zero 99. It's actually, I think it's looking good for F-Zero. F-Zero 99 has introduced, like, whole new crowds to the series. I mean, obviously aside from Super Smash Bros. And Mario Kart, but that helps too. It helps all the time. I literally saw Link on the cover of Soul Calibur 2. And I knew Link from Zelda, and I knew Zelda because of Super Smash Bros. You know, it's just like, there you go. Metroid Prime had Samus on the front. Oh, look, Samus from Super Smash Bros. Or she was in Super Smash Bros. Oh, look at this. What's this? Oh, how did they do killer marketing for this game? Bam. It's that character everyone knows. Unless you've been living under a rock. No offense to people living under rocks. If that's your way to live and, you know, you're helping the world, there you go. ARMS is pretty fun. I'm sure, you know, ARMS is in that case where, because Switch is still the modern console, at least it still has online servers. So I actually be curious to look into what the community is. Obviously, I predict that it's pretty small, but my advice is to cherish these next few years to where the servers are still around. After that, it's not a Valve game. You know, Half-Life 25th anniversary just came out, and that just boomed the deathmatch community. I played Half-Life Deathmatch about a few times every year, ever since owning it from like the Half-Life bundle pack. And it's crazy that, I mean, just last year, I would play it, and there would be about like 14 players, about 14, 15 amongst all the servers, which, you know, isn't a lot compared to a game like this or CSGO. But now that Valve is like, oh yeah, here's Half-Life 25th anniversary, boom, is Nintendo gonna do that? Well, they're definitely probably not gonna have ARMS legacy servers once the Switch is rotated out as the modern console. Would they make ARMS 2? I don't know, maybe in the far future, but they probably would just port ARMS. Or, they wouldn't make it free to play. But that, you know, it'll be interesting to see what they do with that IP. It's a cool IP. Wow. He just tanked. They just tanked that rocket because of the kunai. That's great. I was definitely trying to guess how fast they would be. Good chase. That was like a risk reward. I was like, well, they're Ubered. They might go after the other crowd. But good on them. Good play. Excuse me. Oh, I think the coughing got some moisturizer in my eye. One second.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4,
I'm just really passionate about Valve games.
Defend our cost.
I see the vision. I'll be right back. Hold that words.
Prepare to compete in 30 seconds. Get ready.
Rock, paper, scissors! Get
4, 3, 2, 1.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Thanks your head knocked up. I am fully charged. I need some help.
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alert. The control point is being captured.
Good shot. Maybe they got the pyro.
Alert. Our control point has been captured.
Oh, there's a teleporter. I was like, wait, where's the teleporter? There's one. That was good. That is a cool sentry spot. So cool. The player's been getting a lot of banner plays. Actually, I think it's two of them, yeah. There's one that's playing Black Box Conch, which is a really good combo. This one, we good too.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
thought he was on fire. Yeah, they had the cosmetic. That's really funny.
escape.
I require assistance.
The final control point is being contested.
That was actually really good. Demo man used the festive ringer, and then actually got me to like react at first. So I didn't shoot. That was really good. Cause yeah, I was like doing both a flare gun and possibly anticipating like a projectile to reflect. So that was good.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's all good.
Time has been
person's username and comment.
Bunch of no-hopers.
Alert. Our control point is being captured. Time has been added.
Alright, last map for tonight. looks actually nice. Oh man. Hopefully they revamp that, add some Highlander. I'm willing to help Valve out with that. I think they should honestly talk to RGL. So this is Uncletopia, which is like one of the best ways to practice competitive when there's not pugs. Like RGL pickup games. I did a few recently. They usually happen a little bit after these broadcasts tend to end. It actually can be a pretty nice combo. Oh, that's hilarious. That's awesome. Tell me more about that, please. Huntsman Showdown. There's a lot of cool there's a lot of competitive formats in TF2. Obviously the big ones are like Highlander, Sixes, Prolander, but you know, there's Dodgeball, Pastime. I heard about the Huntsman one. Yeah.
Mission begins in 60 seconds. Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
shot another sniper. They also got one on 2 spies now. That's like maybe coverage.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. To the clouds!
Nice. big bomb. Oh, there's time for the Uber. Bombs. I just noticed that even when you cap the last point, there's time that's added to the team, the blue team. That's so funny. this real panda, the real panda, they're a very good medic player. The one I've seen. Just overall.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
Alright, well. GG's everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I will see you guys no, I will. I actually will be gone tomorrow. So no Pokemon Showdown, but I will move Pokemon Showdown to Tuesday afternoon. Around 2 p.m. for that, so I'll see you guys Tuesday. Thanks for tuning in. Drive safe out there as always. When the roads are all icy and stuff, make sure you're very careful out there and take it slow for sure. Driving out there. Have a good one.